Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, only on your TV Niagara. On the program today, we had to be off the turf course because of the rains for the August 18th program, but lots of great racing action for you, including the 2020 edition of the Molson Cup, the 2020 Bob Summers Memorial Cup, and the Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeders Association $35,000 stakes. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, only on your TV Niagara. For the August 18th program, we regrettably had to be off the turf course, but 9 great races for you on the docket today, including the 2020 edition of the Molson Cup Stakes, the Bob Summers Memorial, and more of the Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeders Association Stakes for a purse of $35,000. That's all upcoming right now on the replay program from August 18th. We regret to inform you that we must remain closed to spectators at this time. Thanks again for following along on FortErieRacing.com, the live stream, now in high definition at 12:35 p.m. Eastern, each Monday and Tuesday with first race at 1:10 p.m. And our replay show is every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. right here. So kick back and enjoy the most recent racing action. It's Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, only on your TV Niagara. Race 1 in Fort Erie, and they're off for program 22 of the 2020 campaign at Fort Erie Racetrack, and it's Flamborough Jewel trying to beat them all out of the chute ahead of My Marc Andre. Ibaracum is going to run right up near the pace in on the fence, and about 3 more lengths closing the gap is Mad Sam the trailer. Flamborough Jewel being given a chance out front by Pierre Melhot, runs with a lead of 2 now along the backstretch, 23-4 the first quarter. Flamborough Jewel running along in second. My Marc Andre comes to the outside and looks for some clean air. So does Ibaracum. Looming Bold third on the outside, and Mad Sam is only 2 more lengths off as the trailer. My Marc Andre is running right up into the face of Flamborough Jewel and now showing a lead of about a neck. My Marc Andre. Flamborough Jewel's going to have to rally and find something better. Ibaracum right there, looming bold from third. 5 more lengths to the trailer, Mad Sam. And it's My Marc Andre that comes away with the head stretch lead. After a half of 47 seconds flat, My Marc Andre. Ibaracum picking up second on the outside. Flamborough Jewel going down to defeat, has lost all chance and momentum. My Marc Andre was terrific in victory at 9-2, longest on the board. Ibaracum second, and then Flamborough Jewel and Mad Sam last to finish. My Marc Andre runs the 6.5 furlongs of the Monday opener in 1:19. They're off. And coming out fastest is Lynch's Gimme. Lynch's Gimme, as they'll emerge the chute, is the clear early best speed. Sienna Dream, None of Your Business, Light of Congrats comes into the front four and hugs the fence. And not far away is the long shot Delhi back of the group. So Lynch's Gimme has been cut loose to lead it. Sienna Dream on the outside and Light of Congrats is much closer down on the fence to the pacemakers. Delhi comes through on the inside flank of None of Your Business. So less than 3 lengths would cover this pack of 5 as they will enter the turn. After a front quarter of 23 and 3, Lynch's Gimme designated to make the pace. Sienna Dream, Light of Congrats has been on hold and is right there pocketed up along the inside. None of Your Business spots second over on the outside into the front four, and Delhi drops back of the group. Running away, Lynch's Gimme at head stretch. 47 and 2, passing the half. Lynch's Gimme, the top end target all the way. Light of Congrats not doing enough. Sienna Dream looming bolder on the outside. So is None of Your Business. Lynch's Gimme. Juan Crawford sits motionless still. Lynch's Gimme. Sienna Dream cannot reach. Lynch's Gimme, who goes all the way, a lightly handled and confident winner. Over Sienna Dream, None of Your Business, and Delhi picked up fourth, as Lynch's Gimme was convincing in victory. 118 and 3. They're off. Jumping out well on the outside was Strolling Posse. Up and at him, going to hold position. JMR Silent Lake. What's One More is forwardly placed. Out widest is Spanish Town along the backstretch, and Sunka Wakan will be the trailer in the field of 6. Strolling Posse reaching up from the outside to take the lead and crosses over. In front of the heavily favored Up and at him, Spanish Town runs third on the outside into the turn. Then What's One More is dropped back in behind JMR Silent Lake and Sunka Wakan. They move around to the top of the stretch. Strolling Posse has put Up and at him suddenly at a 3-length disadvantage. Strolling Posse to head stretch has a defiant 3 or 4 looking lead, and it's Strolling Posse and Kirk Johnson trying to get home from here. Now running on is long shot What's One More from the extreme outside. 23 and 1, 48 and 3 through the stretch. It's Strolling Posse. What's One More? Up and at him re-rallies. Strolling Posse goes the route. What's One More? A long shot. Won a great trip for second. Up and at him was third. JMR Silent Lake was fourth, and Strolling Posse wins in race 3, the Turf 5 furlongs in 102. Colleen Saylor goes in. Stand by for a start. Should be explosive. The 4th race is off. And Bakersfield is most explosive right out of the gate. Chased by Big Ben Benny. Stormy Leo came away into 3rd. Colleen Saylor got away in 4th. 2 more to Silent Contempt on the outside of the trailer Grinnin' Bear, and into the turn they will go with Bakersfield and Big Ben Benny eyeballing each other and having a big front end tussle. It's Big Man Benny poking ahead in front. Bakersfield not going away. Here comes Colleen Sailor stalking up into third. Grin and Bear underway from fourth. Stormy Leo is tired. Silent Contempt yet to be heard from to the top of the stretch. It's Colleen Sailor taking the lead. Colleen Sailor has put away Bakersfield, who suddenly checked out. Grin and Bear came on for second. 22-2. Explosive early speed. Colleen Sailor trying to get home. Grin and Bear still chugging desperately on the outside. Colleen Sailor is cleared to win, though. Colleen Sailor is superb winning effort. Grin and Bear saved second, Stormy Leo was third, and Bakersfield was fourth. Silent Contempt was fifth, and Big Man Benny last to finish. None as good as Colleen Sailor in 59 seconds. They're all in line. Stand by for a start. Race 5 at the post. And they're off. They came out in a pretty good line there, and right down along the inside, that's Uplifting Spirit with Soul and Spirit, and Stoneway joins. In between horses are Giant Balls of Fire and Queen's Plate Nolan. Alter Ego runs out widest. Conquer the Breeze got through in between horses. And last in the field will be Tip Tap Tango over to the backstretch. Up on the point, quickly out on the lead was Uplifting Spirit. Uplifting Spirit chased along now by Stoneway on the backstretch. Alter Ego is running 3 wide on the outside flank of Queen's Plate Nolan, and Soul and Spirit along the inside. And there goes Queen's Plate Nolan, widest of all out there in the backstretch. Giant Balls of Fire is on hold and in reserve second to last ahead of Tip Tap Tango. So they proceed on to the final turn after a front quarter of 24-3, and getting ever closer on the outside has been Queen's Plate Nolan. Stoneway came away with the lead. Uplifting Spirit has had his race. Giant Balls of Fire looming bolder again, and up into the front 4. Conquer the Breeze to turn from home. The complexion totally changes. Stoneway. On the extreme outside is Giant Balls of Fire, readying for his widest explosive run. Giant Balls of Fire is trying to haul down Stoneway and put him away. Queen's Plate Nolan has been passed. Giant Balls of Fire kicks clear in the stretch, and Juan Crawford has timed it just right for Giant Balls of Fire. Goodness gracious. Queen's Plate Nolan was second, and then back to Stoneway and Soul and Spirit saving fourth as Giant Balls of Fire wins in 1:30-2. Stand by for a start. Race 6 at the post. And they're off. Pool Playa looks for a big beginning. So did Lewinsky's Wild Affair, but fastest of all isAmi's Boy. Ami's Boy beat them all out of the chute, prompted along by Lewinsky's Wild Affair and Pool Playa out wide. Watch this in between horses. Running up wide is Holy Snappin' Eyeballs out in 4 and 5 wide land there, and Street Cat Sam is the backstretch trailer. Setting up shop on the lead as expected, Helen Vanek with Ami's Boy to take the field into the turn, then Lewinsky's Wild Affair. Pool Playa is right there. And running 4 wide, Holy Snapping Eyeballs. 2 more lengths to watch. This and another 2 to Street Cat Sam. All the Speed. Made by Ami's Boy. 23 seconds the front quarter. Ami's Boy and then Lewinsky's Wild Affair with Pool Playa. Holy Snapping Eyeballs. Starting from the backfield is Street Cat Sam. And watch this has backed away out of it. The top end target strictly Ami's Boy through a half in 46 and 2. Ami's Boy tries to take it all the way, and it's just very light handling by Helen Vanek on this one. Ami's Boy at 1 to 5, 1 to 5, about 10 lengths the best. Lewinsky's Wild Affair, a big trip to save second. Street Cat Sam was third. Pool Playa was fourth. Ami's Boy 1, 11 and 3 at 6 furlongs. And Kagan steps in. Stand by for a start. They're off in the 7th for a turf mile. And bounding out is Conqueror Galactus to lead it. Midnight Snack Attack is going to run right up on the pace. Ben's Last Call is on the outside of Seattle Treasure. Kagan is on hold and in reserve. And the early trailer caught 4 wide was Bold Animo to run to the rear of the field. Making the speed, Conqueror Galactus. Chased by Midnight Snack Attack. About 5 more lengths back, and Ben's Last Call is flanked either side by Kagan and Bold Animo. And the trailer to the backstretch by 2 more lengths will be Seattle Treasure. The opening quarter was in 23 and 4. A good clip up front, and forced to run out widest of all has been Bold Animo. That one right now on the flank of Midnight Snack Attack. Still leading Conqueror Galactus. Kagan is right there, pocketed up behind the speed. Ben's Last Call is running out wide. He's following the draft of Bold Animo in 3 and 4 wide land. And Seattle Treasure isn't far away and is last in the group and is saving the ground moving into the turn. Conqueror Galactus has been the best one all the way. Conqueror Galactus still by a length. Kagan has come on through. Bold Animo has had the widest trip of all. Then it's back to Seattle Treasure and Ben's Last Call. Midnight Snack Attack has dropped back out of it, and to the top of the stretch we come. Conqueror Galactus. Now here comes Kagan, has to kick out to the outside after a ground-saving trip. And middle speed of 49 and 1 and 115 and 1. Conqueror Galactus and Kagan throw it down to decide it. Kagan is coming. Here comes Kagan with Markley Buchanan to win it again. Just catching a very determined Conqueror Galactus. And then Seattle Treasure and Bold Animo was fourth, and Kagan doubles up in 141 and 3. They're off. And the starter caught him in a perfect line. Summer Retreat bounces right out of there to lead it. Y'all have a nice day. Then Trebek, Hidden Artifact is into the front 4 ahead of Milwaukee Magic, Sophistication, and way back of the group after missing the break was Marcus. So on to the turn they will go. Summer Retreat is embroiled in a speed battle here with Y'all Have a Nice Day, about 4 more lengths back to Trebek in the second flight, sitting now third. That's Hidden Artifact on the outside from fourth, and Milwaukee Magic a big break back. Sophistication, Marcus is way back and has never been close or in it. The gray, Y'all Have a Nice Day, threatening to put away Summer Retreat here, and wheeled to the outside third is Trebek. The opening quarter was sizzled in 22 seconds flat. A long opening front panel. Y'all Have a Nice Day, trying to keep going. Trebek on the outside, looking to try to re-rally is Summer Retreat. Y'all Have a Nice Day, attempting the improbable. Y'all Have a Nice Day has done it to upset Summer Retreat. Trebek was third. Sophistication saved fourth. Y'all Have a Nice Day. The gray is the winner in 105 and 2. Stand by for a start. Race 9 at the post. They're off. From the outside, Trickeration has had a really good beginning. Trickeration looks to beat them out of the chute. Terravila right down along the inside. It's Trickeration and Terravila. They're joined by Madame Bovary, and Musical Flight is up with the speed now. Then Calm It, and CC Bond by 4 more lengths is back of the group. There goes Musical Flight to the lead over Madame Bovary. Terravila sits third on the inside, Trickeration at her flank on the outside, and then Calm It, and CC Bond has started to make the way through from last. Musical Flight the leader over Madame Bovary onto the turn. CC Bond continues to improve and stalk the leaders, 23 and 3. They're on the turn, and still the leader is Musical Flight around to the top of the stretch. Madame Bovary tiring. CC Bond started from last, has made it up to third on the outside and might still be coming. About 4 more lengths back to Trickeration from fourth, and they make the turn for the money in the nightcap in Fort Erie. It's Musical Flight, stalked by CC Bond. Musical Flight still going by a solid looking pair. CC Bond trying desperately to reach Musical Flight. Musical Flight, big day in Fort Erie for Mark Lee Buchanan, as Musical Flight wins by close to 3 open lengths over CC Bond. Madame Bovary was third, Trickeration was fourth, and Comet was fifth. In the jackpot high 5, Musical Flight wins at 6.5 furlongs, 120 1/5. And there's the live shot, everyone. Welcome back for Live Racing 2020 from Fort Erie Racetrack. Counting down the minutes to first race post time at 1:10 p.m. in less than 35 minutes. And you can see it's a wonderful sunny day here in the Fort Erie, Buffalo, Niagara Falls region. All set for 9 big races on the program and a supersized carryover into the jackpot high five in the final race of more than $130,000. We remain close to spectators. Thanks for understanding, and we do want to thank you for following along on FortErieRacing.com, HPIBet.com, HPI TV, and across the United States and the world for Fort Erie's live 2020 racing action. And that building jackpot high five carryover, $130,100 into the final race. Lots more on that race and the entire handicapping segment coming up as we look at some of the possibilities. And again, a giant jackpot high five carryover going into the final race north of $130,000. Our live racing schedule through to the end of the meet on October 13th, loading into the gate each Monday and Tuesday at 1:10 p.m. with pre-race coverage on the air at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. That's the live schedule, 1:10 p.m. every Monday and Tuesday until mid-October for Fort Erie Racetrack's live action. Become a member today and you will get $100 into your account when you bet $100. HPIBet.com, you can join for free today and receive the HPI Bet Rewards program. The ability to watch almost 500 tracks and wager on them from around the world or wager on site. And at home you can watch 4 tracks at the same time. Be sure to check it out. It's free to join, HPIBet.com. Our weekly highlights and replay show is on Your TV Niagara every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. It's channel 700 on the Cogeco system in Fort Erie, Fonthill, Welland, Niagara Falls, and the entire Niagara region. Post time from Fort Erie Racetrack, our weekly highlights and replay show every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. Cable channel 700, Your TV Niagara. For our live stream, the replays, Ashley Mayhew's daily tip sheet, the racing schedule, statistics, and much more, now all live in HD. Be sure to check us out at FortErieRacing.com. Now standing by with your pens and pencils, here are the changes. In the first race, 1, It's Nice to Be Nice, 2 pounds over. In race 2, 7, Ratface McDougall picks up a jockey change to Juan Crawford. Juan Crawford rides 7, Ratface McDougall in race 2. In the third race, it's going to be contested on the main track at 6.5 furlongs off the turf course this program at Fort Erie. 1, St. Alfred, 1 pound over. 3, The Dock is In, races 3 pounds over. Number 4, Desert Dottie, Steward's Scratch. Number 7, Dr. Blarney Will Not Go, Steward's Scratch of 4 and 7 out of race 3, the Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeders Association Thomas Moran Stakes. In the fourth race, weight changes, 2, Head Kitten, 4 pounds over. 3, One Star Girl, 5 pounds over. Number 4, Doodle Dandy, 3 pounds over. 5, Den of Thieves should be noted as a first-time gelding. First-time gelding, number 5, Den of Thieves, in the fourth. And in that fourth race, 6, Dear Future Husband, will carry 121 pounds. Dear Future Husband, number 6 in the 4th, races with 121. In race 5, it'll be contested at 5 furlongs on the main track, off the turf, where number 1, Track That Echo, 3 pounds over. Number 2, Spinos, has a jockey change to Sunny Singh. 2, Spinos in race 5. Sunny Singh will ride, and Spinos will carry 121. Number 6, Storm Chart, is a Stewart scratch. 7, Mocal, 4 pounds over. Number 9, Hedeman, racing 2 pounds over in race 5. On to the 6th race, where number 6, Diamonds in Her Eyes, will be 3 pounds over. 7, Awesome Flight, Stewart's scratch, out of race 6. In the 7th race, the 2020 Molson Cup at Fort Erie Racetrack. It's going to be contested at 1 mile and 16th on the main track. Main track race for the 7th, where number 2, Romantic Gizmo, is 4 pounds over. Number 4, Classy Vision, has a jockey change to Sunny Singh. Sunny Singh picks up the mount on Classy Vision, number 4, and Classy Vision will be 3 pounds over. Number 8, Written, is a vet scratch. Scratch number 8, Written. 9, Fleck, 4 pounds over in the Molson Cup. 7th race, make that the 8th race now. The 8th race changes. The 2020 edition of the Bob Summers Memorial Cup at Fort Erie Racetrack, where number 2, Leon Azul, is 5 pounds over. Number 5, Kitten Solution, 1 pound over. 6, Express Banking, 3 over. And 7, Strategic Vision, 2 pounds over in the Bob Summers Memorial Cup. Finally, the 9th race, scene of the Jackpot High Five with a carryover of over $130,000. Number 3, Deputy of Egbert, Stewart's scratch. 5, Rogue Affair, 1 pound over. 6, Wiley O'Reilly, 2 pounds over. Number 8, Precious Badge, 2 pounds over. And number 9, Shangasa, has become a Stewart's scratch. So we spoke yesterday on the pre-race show about how a plan can come together, and myself and Ashley Mayu were on this point yesterday, so we have to mention it because these kinds of handicapping successes don't come along very often. But Giant Balls of Fire, we had seen in the previous couple of turf appearances, got great hard closing rides from Melanie Pinto. Juan Crawford picked up that live mount yesterday for Kevin Buttigieg, and the really great enthusiastic ownership group known as True Stride Horse Racing Stable. It all came together as Giant Balls of Fire was a winner. I was quite frankly surprised that the horse paid well over $7 for that win yesterday, but it was a thrilling turf course race and a wonderful win for Giant Balls of Fire, who in my view could be one of the better claims, if not the best claim, here at Fort Erie Racetrack for the entire 2020 campaign, although we have 18 programs to go on the year. And we want to mention a couple of riders who racked up triple wins yesterday, Juan Crawford and Mark Lee Buchanan. Mark Lee Buchanan, in particular, won the 7th, 8th, and 9th races of the program yesterday, really in the zone, and congratulations. It's a hard thing to do. To win 3 on a program is one thing. To win 3 in a row is really incredible, so well done, Mark Lee Buchanan, from all of us here at Fort Erie Racetrack. And you have some good-looking mounts coming your way again today. And at this time every year, we take pause to remember our colleague Bob Summers, who, if you're watching up at Woodbine, or if you have been in any press box at Fort Erie or Woodbine or anywhere across North America, Bob Summers is one of those larger-than-life characters that we all remember, and it is with great honor and privilege that we honor his memory. Probably one of the best tributes to Bob Summers that I've ever heard in my travels throughout the years is that on his days off, he was even coming to the races as a fan. He was here at the Fort Erie press box a lot to cover the races back in the day for the Buffalo Evening News as the horse racing beat writer, but he was here on his days off too, so it's with great pride again this year that we have the privilege to honor the memory of Bob Summers, and it should be a tremendous race here later on the program. So with all of that said, let's get into some of the handicapping segments of the race program this day at Fort Erie, a situation where we have to be off the turf today, but what a compelling 9-race agenda coming your way starting at 1:10 p.m. In the first race, we're going to be 5.5 furlongs on the main track for the claiming field, non-winners of 2 races thus far in 2020. Orphan Queen was my top pick last time she raced. She came through for me and paid pretty well at $7.70 on the win end, and I'm going right back to Orphan Queen in this situation. Just because of the stipulation that the claiming field is open to non-winners of 2 races in 2020, Orphan Queen gets into this modest class by that stipulation, and that is the unanimous top call of myself, our track handicapper and tip sheet writer Ashley Mayu, the Daily Racing Form, and Bill McGurr, our morning line odds man from Equibase.com, who also serves as morning clocker and chart caller. Everybody on the bandwagon of Orphan Queen in the first race. In race 2, 6.5 furlongs, and I'm landing on 4, 6, and 2. I'm price shopping here. Sinar taking a little bit of class relief. Raced pretty well at the 4,500 level last time. Second start here for Josh Robillard and owner Jeff Voice. We've seen them have a lot of success recently. I thought I'd pick this one out to go a little bit of price shopping here, and you can see I'm alone in that opinion. And I hope something close to the 8-1 morning line will hold up on Sinar. Second start angle after a trainer change. Ashley Mayu goes with number 6, Quality Brew, the Daily Racing Form, and Bill McGurr's morning line on one that was closing well down on the fence last time, Be the Change. So lots of price play opinions there for you to consider in race 2. Off the turf course for the third race, 6.5 on the main track, and I land on 1, 5, and 3 in this situation as we have the privilege to host the Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeders Association Thomas F. Moran Stakes for the purse of $35,000 in race 3. St. Alfred looks a lot like the connections of Dr. Blarney, who is not moving into race here, but the same owner and trainer, and actually the same breeder too of St. Alfred and Dr. Blarney, who was the also eligible but not coming into race. So that makes it at least a little more interesting wagering wise, because Dr. Blarney would have been between 1-5 and 2-5 or somewhere thereabouts. But St. Alfred is the unanimous view here in race 3, the Thomas F. Moran Stakes of the Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeders Association. In the fourth race, 5.5 furlongs for the maiden allowance field, 7, 2, and 1, my top 3, Vitruvian. Raced really well last time and battled long and hard, just got caught in the closing strides, was vying through the stretch, as the running line says, put in a really good effort, maybe can get the added distance today here for Anthony Alderson and Kirk Johnson. Vitruvian, my top call in race 4. Number 2, Head Kitten, and 1, Time to Dance, my other top 3 selections. The Daily Racing Form puts Head Kitten right on the top of the ticket for Sharon Chicato and Brian Shane. The morning line of Bill McGurr goes with Time to Dance for good reason, but I'm sticking with Vitruvian after a strong and vigorous effort last time out. In race 5, moving to the main track for 5 furlongs of action, and it's looking pretty hotly contested and wide open here. I'm going 3, 4, and 5 in this spot. Capture the Music, I think, is one of those very rare entries this year that is shipped down to Fort Erie by trainer Bill Tyrannos, taking a huge class relief plunge. So Capture the Music looks like now or never for Capture the Music. Ashley Mayo, our track handicapper, goes with Desbois, who just missed last time and stands to be a much better price than Capture the Music. So if you are value shopping, maybe Ashley is the way to go there in race 5, with indecision on my part between Capture the Music and Desbois. On to the 6th race. 2, 4, and 5 is where I land. Ever So De-Wild, my top choice. Looks like one of these major class plungers that either wins when they are shipped into Fort Erie or burns a lot of money as a low-priced favorite. And we've seen a lot of these from the ownership of Bruno Chickadans, who has active stables a lot in Florida at Gulfstream Park and Tampa Bay Downs. We see a fair amount of his shippers come up here. A lot of them in the past couple of years, though, have been low-priced, beaten favorites on class plunging angles, just like today. So if you want an alternative, the Daily Racing Form gives you number 6, Diamonds in Her Eyes, who just missed from a front-end try last time. The only reason I didn't put Diamonds on Her Eyes on my ticket was because she was tiring and meandering around through late stretch last time. But if she's a few steps better today, definitely a threat for the top end of the ticket. Flat Out on a Mission, I think, is a good alternative, and so is number 5, Soup du Jour, a last-time winner, so lots of options for you to consider in race 6. Race 6 will start the programs late, 20-cent pick 4. In the 7th race, moving over to the main track for a mile and 16th, and lots of ways you could go here in the 2020 Molson Cup. And I landed on number 7, Lil's Turn, in search of a price, 9-2 in the morning line. This is just one of those gut feelings where I think John Sims and Melanie Pinto are coming up to a big and successful day here at Fort Erie Racetrack. That said, from me, I am often the kiss of death for a lot of trainers and jockeys, as they will attest to in recent years. But nonetheless, I'm sticking to my opinion here that Lil's Turn, after just missing in a photo last time, is coming up to a good race here in the Molson Cup at a mile and 16th on the main track. Now, the Daily Racing Form and Bill McGurr's Morning Line both landed on Auntie Catherine, who has shown a willingness to lead, tired badly last time. Number 2 gets a lot of respect from me as well. That's Romantic Gizmo. Number 1, Gypsy Jazz, looked absolutely fabulous in her last 2 outings, including winning here last week, and she's going to be a speed threat again for Howard Newell and Ron Davies from Post 1, but I'm hoping that Lil's Turn will have something left for the stretch here in this mile and 16th main track marathon in the Molson Cup. The 8th race, honoring the memory of Bob Summers and the Bob Summers Memorial Cup here in the 8th race. Number 4, Sent from Heaven, gives you again the John Sims and rider Melanie Pinto combination. That's my top call. Looking for a big outing here from Sent from Heaven, who, as you can easily see, is on a 3-race win streak. So how do you abandon that? Not easy to do, because Ashley, the Daily Racing Form, and Bill McGurr's Morning Line all siding with Sent from Heaven. Strategic Vision is in razor-sharp current form. I also want to give a real top call mention here to Draina's Bullet, involved in the best race of 2019 here at Fort Erie Racetrack. In this very race last year, Draina's Bullet lost by a millimeter to the Horse of the Year, Sniper. So Draina's Bullet, if this one is as good as last year's Bob Summers Memorial, where it was a heartbreaking loss right in the last millimeter for Draina's Bullet, I think Draina's Bullet deserves some top call attention. If this one is going off anywhere close to 4 or 5 to 1, some win ticket coverage may be merited there, and in any case, it's going to be a great one. The Bob Summers Memorial, what a great field of accomplished horses here. Very even and keen competition in the 8th race, and good luck with whichever way you see it going. It's going to be a great and memorable race again this year for the Bob Summers Memorial Cup. Ninth and final race today. Big money is what we're talking about here. $130,000 plus in the Jackpot High Five carryover, and 6.5 furlongs on the main track. I'm going 8, 7, and 5. Precious Badge making the second start for trainer Nick Mullaney Jr. This one raced great last time and was just caught late by Uno Champ, who had saved a lot of ground and came on through between horses to catch Precious Badge. I think Precious Badge, with the same effort today, can become a top win factor. And you'll note that Helen Vanek had been riding numbers 8 and 7. She choices off Thor's Thunder for the mount here on Precious Badge. The daily racing form and Bill McGurr's morning line, both siding with last start winner Rogue Affair. That was an incredibly comfortable and easy win for Lane Gillaforte and Chris Husbands, and definitely Rogue Affair could be much better than that 3-1 third choice morning line odds ranking. Good luck with how you see it, because there's a lot of money up for grabs in that Jackpot High Five, with a carryover pool north of $130,000 into the 8th race. Thanks for being with us, everyone. Great Tuesday program straight ahead from Fort Erie Racetrack. Stand by as well for the insights and opinions of our track handicapper, Ashley Mayu, throughout the day. Less than 13 minutes to first race post time. Tuesday's racing straight ahead at Fort Erie Racetrack.
Well, it's a big Tuesday of racing at Fort Erie. Not only do we have 9 races on the program, but 3 of them are stakes races. We'll kick things off on the dirt here in race 1, a $4,500 claiming event for non-winners of 2 on the year. Kind of looking at this field, the logicals looked like they were the horses on the outside, the 4 CJ's Flair and the 5 Orphan Queen. I went to the number 5 Orphan Queen. I'm going to give her a shot. Last time out, I didn't endorse her. She finally got back to her winning ways. She went gate to wire last time out at 5.5 furlongs, won by 3/4 of a length. I think looking at the 4 CJ's Flair, this one might want to go longer. I mean, last time out, won at the 6.5 furlong distance by 8.5, but prior to that was third to Orphan Queen. So something to consider. That one's also entering another barn, but I think these 2 horses are the logicals. I'm just going to give Orphan Queen the edge, because look at her record here at Fort Erie on the dirt. 9 starts, 5 wins, and 4 runner-up placings. Like I mentioned, CJ's Flair, another horse that could win this race. I just went in a different direction. This one has done quite well here at Fort Erie in those 2 starts, a 3rd place finish where this one was able to close from off the pace. And then last time out over the sloppy track, this one was forwardly placed and able to prevail by 8.5. Finally, I'll go to the horse on the rail, the number 1. It's Nice to Be Nice. Now, this one is mainly raced over the turf course here. It's been a while since we saw this one on the dirt. You have to go back 4 starts, and that was back in July. Now, that was against 6,000 non-wars of 2 on the year. This one was well beaten, finished 4th in there. Express Banking was the winner. We'll see that one later on in the program today, but still the record here on the dirt course at Fort Erie, a lot of minor shares for this one. I think the recent form has been decent, some big buyer numbers. You do see a nice 3rd place finish, 3 starts back at the 5 furlong distance, and I think looking at 5.5 on the dirt might be the right spot for this one to get a share. Good luck.
The first race horses have moved into the walking ring. 7 minutes to post time from Fort Erie Racetrack. Riders up, and they're on their way out for the first race. Introducing the first race field, it's Nice to Be Nice, number 1. Campaigning for Nancy and Robert Warner. The rider is Mark Lee Buchanan. Lord Kitten is number 2. Trained by Michael Cohen for Fortunato Galati, and in the irons, Juan Crawford. Rebel Lioness, number 3, has Pierre Melhot aboard for owner and trainer Rich Davis. Joe Humber now owns and trains CJ's Flair 4 with Chris Husbands aboard. Orphan Queen, number 5, owned and trained by Mark Fournier, co-owned by Don Edwardson and Scott Leith. And in the saddle, that's Kirk Johnson. Mares claiming field in the first race at Fort Erie. Starting off the rolling pick 3s and rolling doubles, there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show on the first, coming right up at Fort Erie. Starting gate takes position at the 5.5 furlong point for the first race. The riders are now requested to take their horses to the gate. Reaching the starting point. It's Nice to Be Nice at 8-1. Long shot Rebel Lioness. Second choice, CJ's Flair. It's Nice to Be Nice is in, along with favored Orphan Queen. Alert Kitten priced at 7-1. All locked up. Stand by for a start. They're at the post. And they're off for program 23 of the 2020 campaign at Fort Erie Racetrack. And it's Alert Kitten that bounds out of there to win the break just ever so slightly, though. CJ's Flair and Orphan Queen, big speed factor. Orphan Queen is crossing over to lead it early in the backstretch. It's Orphan Queen giving a chance out front by Kirk Johnson again. Alert Kitten is going to tag along. CJ's Flair was out fast and is third on the outside. 2 more lengths to Rebel Lioness, and it's Nice to Be Nice is trailing into the turn. The opening quarter was in a spirited 22-3. Orphan Queen being bothered by Alert Kitten, and CJ's Flair around to the top of the stretch. Rebel Lioness is going to look to wind up from fourth, and it's Nice to Be Nice is trailing. CJ's Flair takes the lead. She easily put away Orphan Queen into the stretch there, off a half in 46-4, and it's CJ's Flair trying to get home. Orphan Queen back in second, and then Rebel Lioness and Alert Kitten. CJ's Flair and Chris Husbands win it by 2. Orphan Queen second. Rebel Lioness was third. Alert Kitten was fourth, and then it's Nice to Be Nice. CJ's Flair in the first race runs the 5.5 furlongs, 106-2. The first race running times review, 22-3, 46-4, and the 5.5 furlongs in 106-2 for CJ's Flair. CJ's Flair returning from the first race in Fort Erie. The 7-year-old bay mare by Cactus Ridge. From Casual Flair by Aptitude. Kentucky Bred by Montecule, now had been owned and trained this start by Joe Humber, and the winning ride to Chris Husbands. 16th career win, 2 in a row at Fort Erie, CJ's Flair, when posted official, in 106 and 3. The corrected running time, 106 2/5. .530, 220, and 210 across on CJ's Flair. Orphan Queen, 210s, and Rebel Lioness, $5 to show. The Exacta 630, the Trifecta, $26. The Dollar Superfecta, a 4, 5, 3, and 2, $45.45. From the Fort Erie first race, there was a claim of the race winner, CJ's Flair, claimed for $4,500 by new owner trainer Elliott Sullivan. Trainer Elliott Sullivan claims CJ's Flair for $4,500 from the Fort Erie first race. In race 2, there is a rider change on 7, Ratface McDougal. Make it Juan Crawford. Juan Crawford, the jockey of 7, Ratface McDougal, in race 2. Race 2 starts the early 20-cent pick 4. 19 minutes to post time from Fort Erie.
Race 2 kicks off the early pick 4. It's a $3,000 claiming event going 6.5 furlongs over the main track. I went to the number 6, Quality Brew, who last time out won at 1.70 miles here over a sloppy main track. Won just by a head, very small margin, was able to kind of rate close to the pace early on and get the job done. Prior to that one, this one disappointed well in for a $7,000 tag. But, kind of looking at that effort, the first one of 2020, that was a strong effort at 6.5 furlongs. Got the job done, was able to close from off the pace, and I think that sort of trip, if Kirk Johnson can navigate, should suit well for this gelding. And I think 7-2 morning line, if we can get anywhere near that come post time, that's going to be a gift. Other ones to consider, though, are the number 1, Be the Change, and 2, Get My Gist. Be the Change was second last time out while facing 4,500 numbers to 2 on the year. Missed by 3/4 of a length behind Bakersfield, who's won 2 races here so far this season and picked up a minor share yesterday on the card. 6.5 furlongs is great for this guy. You see 2 starts back. He just missed by a head behind Magical Breeze in a 7-horse field. And I think looking at his record at the distance, yes, he's still looking for that win. Same thing here over the dirt at Fort Erie, but he's another logical player. And then finally the 2, Get My Gist. I've been waiting for this one to kind of race for a little while. It's been scratched. We only have that one start in 2020, and that was back in June against 6250 claimers. It was a disappointing effort. He took a decent amount of money. I thought the 2 logicals in there were Narrow Escape, and then this one. And Narrow Escape was only second best that day because the pace setter Giant Mine had everything go his way. So I'm hoping that this one can improve, but again, I'm not a fan that we haven't seen him in some time, so that's why I'm going to use him underneath. And I also think looking at his past performances, he really does prefer to go 2 turns. A 1-turn distance is fine, but I'd like to see him go longer later this meet.
Horses moving into the walking ring for race 2. In race 2, number 4, Sinar, races with inserts. First time announcement. Race 2, number 4, Sinar, racing with inserts. Be the Change leading the race 2 post parade in Fort Erie, trained by Barrington Cito for Radcliffe Stable. Mark Lee Buchanan, the rider. Get My Gist number 2, conditioned by Scott Fairley for Ace Stable, partnered by Michelle Rainford. Sunny Singh, the rider of 3, Been Waiting, for trainer Armand Concessi and Rockpile Stable. Sinar 4, racing with inserts, trained by Josh Robillard for Jeff Boyce. In the saddle, Helen Vanek. Brady O'Brady is number 5, conditioned by Barrington Cito for Radcliffe Stable and Kadeen Cito. Howard Newell aboard. Kirk Johnson, riding partner of 6, Quality Brew for Louis Cappy and Lincoln Radhay. And a jockey change on 7, Ratface McDougall to 1, Crawford. Racing for Julia and Daryl Ezra and Michelle Olson. 1, Crawford rides 7, Ratface McDougall. 4, Sinar, racing with inserts. Race 2, start of the early, 20-cent pick 4 from Fort Erie. Riders now requested to take their horses back to the 6.5 furlong starting point. Time running out for the early 20-cent pick 4, the Superfecta, and all race 2 wagers. They've reached the gate. Be the Change, getting even money respect, is first to go in. Mid prices for Get My Gist and Been Waiting going around. Sinar is 11 to 1. Quality Brew gets 4 to 1 respect. The speedy Rat-Face McDougal. Radio Brady last in. Stand by for a start. Race 2. They're off. They've come out in a pretty good line there, and making some early speed is Sinar. Get My Gist along the inside, and Be the Change is going to be up near the pace. It's Get My Gist and Rat-Face McDougal coming on the outside. Then Brady O'Brady is in between horses. Be the Change is into the front 4. Been Waiting and flanked by Sinar on the outside, and back of the group, tentatively away, was Quality Brew. So they'll move over into the turn, and it's Michelle Rainford cutting loose the front end inclinations of Get My Gist. Rat-Face McDougal is the next closest pursuer. Be the Change is third to go into the turn. Been Waiting is in there from fourth. Then Brady O'Brady is on the outside. Sinar to their extreme outside. Quality Brew is way back of the group. It's been Get My Gist on a front end speed mission of 22 and 2. And 45 and 3, and Get My Gist brings him down inside the quarter pole after some punishing early speed. Get My Gist has been the top end target. There are 4 next closest pursuers. Any fresh legs to come and get a heavily winded Get My Gist from a following trip. Here comes Been Waiting. Be the Change on the outside takes the late lead. Brady O'Brady from far back. It's Be the Change getting up. Be the Change wins it to Brady O'Brady. Been Waiting was third, and staying for fourth was Get My Gist in an action-packed 6.5 furlongs, 118 and 2. Race times recap. 22 and 2. The half in 45 and 3. 6 furlongs, 111 and 3. The 6.5 furlongs full running time, 118 and 2/5. 1 Be the Change posted. And then contesting second, third, and fourth were 5, 3, and 2, Brady O'Brady, Been Waiting, and Get My Gist. 1532 now posted. Be the change back from race 2 for the victory photograph. Chestnut 6-year-old gelding by Flashy Bull from Witch's Coven by Cooves. Bred by Dennis Mitchell and Gold Medal Stable. Now trained by Barrington Cito for Radcliffe Stable and Mark Lee Buchanan. After his triple yesterday, back for another helping of the winner's circle with Be the Change from race 2. Be the Change returns 440, 290 and 220 across. Brady O'Brady 710 and 470. Been waiting 340. The Exacta 2240. The Trifecta 51.90. The Dollar Superfecta 153 and 2, $61.50. And the first Rolling Double $13.40. From the Fort Erie second race, the race winner 1 Be the Change was claimed by new owner trainer Joe Humber. Joe Humber claims 1 Be the Change for $3,000 out of race 2. Be sure to check out hpibet.com and join for free today. When you wager $100, you will get $100 from hpibet.com. Membership includes the HPI Bet Rewards program. You can watch 4 tracks at the same time and wager on almost 500 tracks worldwide. You can wager online or on site at any time. Check it out and join for free today at hpibet.com. In the third race, 1 St. Alfred, 1 pound over. 3 The Dock is in, 3 pounds over. 4 Desert Dottie, Steward Scratch. 7 Dr. Blarney, Steward's Scratch. And race 3 will be contested at 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Race 3 moved to the main track, 19 minutes to post time.
Race 3 is our first stakes race of the day. It's the Thomas Moran, which is for Massachusetts breds. Now, it was set to go at 7 furlongs over the turf. Now it'll be slightly abbreviated at 6.5 over the main. And I thought Dr. Blarney might come here for this race, but it looks like his connections are going to opt for another spot at Delaware Park on Thursday. So with that said, I'm going to take the top 2 finishers besides him in the Rise Gym Stakes here, and that's going to be the 1 St. Alfred and then the 5 Successful Saint. They finished 2nd and 3rd behind Dr. Blarney in that stakes race here in late July. And St. Alfred, I mean, he's a stablemate of Dr. Blarney's, and he's done quite well in his career. He's a 12-time winner. 11 of those have been over the dirt. Now, last time out, he was just simply second best to Dr. Blarney. Prior to that, he did disappoint in his first race off the shelf, but I think that's okay. I think sometimes horses need that sort of race to get the dust shaken off. And then look at him last year. I mean, he's been versatile. He's been able to win at 1 mile and 40, 6 furlongs, so the 6.5 distance should be perfect for him. And I think out of the horses left in here, he's the best on paper. The 5 Successful Saint was 3rd in the Rise Gym, but was well beaten by 18 lengths. Looking at his past performances, he did fairly well last year at Finger Lakes. He did have a win at Suffolk, actually several wins at Suffolk, and at Finger Lakes specifically against these, mass bred races there. He did have a pair of second place finishes, one of which was at 1 mile and 40, the other being 6 furlongs. So he's kind of similar in that sense. I think his run style, he looks like he typically closes from off the pace to get the job done. And last time out, he was unable to do that because the top 2 were much the best and drew clear on the field. Good luck.
They've moved into the walking ring for the third race. Riders up is the call. They're on their way out to the track for race 3. Introducing the field for the 2020 Thomas F. Moran Stakes of the Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeders Association. St. Alfred number 1, trained by Carl Grussmark for Joe DeRico, and in the irons, Chris Husbands. JC Indy is number 2, conditioned by Dylan Clark. For Anthony Ziza III, Kirk Johnson hired to ride. The dock is in number 4, campaigning for Dylan Clark. Sunny Singh in the saddle. Number 4, Stewart Scratch. Successful Saint is number 5, partnered by Juan Crawford. For Anthony Ziza III and Dylan Clark. Pierre Mel Hunt, the rider, for Dorothy Gunther and Dylan Clark on 6. Max is last. Number 7 is Stewart Scratch. $35,000 guaranteed purse. It's the 2020 Thomas F. Moran Stakes of the Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeders Association. On this event, start of a pick 3, Superfecta rolling double with trifecta exacta win, place, and show. Race 3 coming right up at Fort Erie Racetrack, to be contested at 6.5 furlongs on the main track. The riders now under instruction to take their horses back to the gate. First to go back around, race favorite St. Alfred. JC Indy and Kirk Johnson will be long shot status. The dock is in with Sunny Singh, has 9-2 respect. Second choice, Successful Saint. Longshot Max's last is last to load. Stand by for a start. They're at the post. Race 3. They're off in the 2020 Thomas F. Moran Stakes of the Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeders Association Stakes, and they've all come out together in a very great and even looking line there. So the heavy favorite St. Alfred has a short advantage. That one joined on the outside now by JC Indy. Running up to their outside, Successful Saint. Max is last, and keeping touch last in the group is The Dock Is In along the backstretch. So they run 3 across on the way to the turn. St. Alfred is under a snug looking hold, flanked by JC Indy, and Successful Saint is up widest, then Max is last, and The Dock Is In. St. Alfred starts to edge away a little bit now, but still keeping up with him on the outside is Successful Saint. And it's becoming a little bit of a match race here for the Saints. St. Alfred on the inside and Successful Saint on the outside, and then about 8 lengths of separation back to the other 3. It's a compelling stretch duel coming up. St. Alfred has the inside lane advantage and draws away by 2. Successful Saint gave it a great try, but is now facing a bigger uphill climb. The Dock Is In is closing in the middle of the track well, but long gone. St. Alfred, a romping winner in the Thomas F. Moran Stakes of 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. And The Dock Is In is a well-timed second. Successful Saint a battling third. 4th place photograph with JC Indy to the inside of Max's last. And St. Alfred runs the 6.5 furlongs in 1:19. Race times recap: 23 and 3, the half in 47 and 1, 6 furlongs in 112 and 3, and the Thomas F. Moran Stakes, winning time at 6.5 furlongs, 119 flat. In the fourth place photograph, 6 Max's Last is posted fourth. The unofficial Superfecta 1, 3, 5, and 6. Now returning to the Stakes Champion Special Infield Winner's Circle here at Fort Erie Racetrack. The champion of the 2020 Thomas F. Moran Stakes of the Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeders Association, St. Alfred. Chestnut 9-year-old gelding by Dublin from Judge Margaret. Homebred of Joe DeRico, trained by Carl Grussmark. The winning ride to Chris Husbands. Receiving the presentation, Connections of St. Alfred, from Mr. Tom Valaket, the Chief Executive Officer and Chief Operating Officer of Fort Erie Racetrack and the Fort Erie Live Racing Consortium. In victory, it's 2 10s across for St. Alfred. The Dock Is In was off at 16 to 1 and took down second, $5 to place and $2.20 to show. Successful Saint, 210. The Exacta, $11.10. The Trifecta, $16 even. The Dollar Superfecta of 1, 3, 5, and 6, $23.95. Rolling Daily Double, $4.90. And the program's first, Pick 3, $10.50. Congratulations to St. Alfred and Connections from the Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeders Association, Thomas F. Moran Stakes. Now on display, the fourth place photograph from race 3, showing 6, Max's Last, edging out 2, JC Indy. 6 over 2 in the fourth place photograph from race 3, now on display. Here are the fourth race weight changes. 2 Head Kitten, 4 over. 3, One Star Girl, 5 over. 4, Doodle Dandy, 3 over. 5, Den of Thieves, should be listed as a first-time gelding. And number 6, Dear Future Husband, will carry 121 pounds. 6, Dear Future Husband Racing with 121 pounds. The fourth race, start of a rolling pick 3. There's Superfecta rolling double, trifecta exacta, win, place, and show on Fort Erie's fourth race, 16 minutes to post time.
Race 4, we have a maiden special weight event going 5.5 furlongs over the dirt. And looking at this field, I think there are a couple horses that are really similar and should probably be similar when you're price shopping for a horse in here. I went to the 7, Vitruvian, who was third last time out against Maiden Special Weight Company in that first start of 2020. You see today, you're going to get Lasix. I think that might help this one. You see Kirk Johnson's climbing aboard. He's a very accomplished journeyman here. And looking at this one, I mean, it's going to make a start for the Anthony Alderson barn. They're 5 for 5 in the money, still looking for that first win. It was a very strong debut, so I think this one's a logical horse to use on top. Other ones to consider, though, the 1, Time to Dance, was 4th last time out, and in there, Head Kitten, the 2 actually finished 1 placing in front. But this one had a strong first race here this year. I was really impressed. Tried to take them gate to wire, but just tired a little bit in the end to miss by half a length. Then they tried the turf. This one definitely didn't like the turf. And then 2 starts back at the 5 furlong distance. This one was second, beaten by 5 1/4 behind Red Frog. I just think this one may be a minor share. We haven't seen that finish from this horse that I'd like to see. I'd like to see a late kick, but this one definitely could upset in here. Wouldn't be an upset as a price, but I do think a horse like Vitruvian might be the one to beat. And then finally, the 2 Head Kitten, who I just mentioned, was third last time out, was trying to close from off the pace at the 6 furlong distance. Thought it was a respectable first dirt effort. Prior to that, this one was claimed for 9,500 out of a race over the Tapeta up at Woodbine and ran 4th there in a field of 6. But kind of looking at this horse, I mean, picked up a lot of minor shares. This one's only finished worse than 4th once in the career, and that was the debut. You know, Sharon Saccato's been off to a great start here at the meet. I say start, we're already halfway through the meet, but she's been winning at 21%, which is quite strong, and her horses have been doing well all meet long. So this is one I think is another logical, and to me on paper, the 3 morning line favorites, that's probably the direction most people will go.
They're in the walking ring for the fourth race. The riders are going up for race 4. It's time to dance, leading the fourth race post parade in Fort Erie with Howard Newell to ride for Ellen Osborne and trainer Gary Chidobiak. Brian Chain aboard for Owen Warren and Rob Noyes, and trainer Sharon Chicato on to Head Kitten. One Star Girl is number 3, partnered by Mark Lee Buchanan. Trained by Ravendra Raghunath for owner Hossein Daltletian. Doodle Dandy number 4, campaigning for Lindsay and Joe Hode with Juan Crawford up. Den of Thieves number 5, races for Nicola Scott, and in the saddle of Pierre Melhot. Dear Future Husband number 6 is trained by Daniel Wills for Ballycroy Training Center, and Bill Hicks with Sunny Singh hired to ride. Kirk Johnson in the irons atop 7, Vitruvian. Racing for Malcolm and Anthony Alderson and co-owner Glenn Anderson. Kirk Johnson. Maiden allowance field for the fourth race. Start of a rolling pick 3 and rolling double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta, Exacta, Win Place and Show. Race 4 coming right up at Fort Erie Racetrack. The starting gate taking position at the 5.5 furlong point for race 4. Riders now requested to bring their horses to the gate. Time running out for the 4th race wagers. The tepid favorite, Head Kitten at 9-5, steps in. One Star Girl. In double digits, Doodle Dandy. Midgate for Den of Thieves. Dear Future Husband priced at 7-1. Vitruvian offered at 4-1. So just gate 1 to go. At even money, Time to Dance steps in. Standing by for a start, race 4 locked and loaded. They're off. And a good beginning for Vitruvian. Den of Thieves down the middle of the track. Head Kitten, Time to Dance, all speed factors along the inside. Dear Future Husband is advancing, and out widest of all, and the trailer in the group along the backstretch is Doodle Dandy. So the top-end speed duel shapes up, involving Time to Dance on the inside, and on the outside, Vitruvian split by Den of Thieves, Head Kitten. Right there, tucked into the 4th spot, and on the outside 5th, that's One Star Girl. 2 more lengths to Dear Future Husband, and back of the group, not in it yet, has been Doodle Dandy. Time to Dance, putting up some big speed as they prepare to come inside the quarter pole, and Den of Thieves has gained 2nd. Vitruvian may not yet be done. Then One Star Girl and Head Kitten is 5th down in on the fence. Time to Dance under 1st, left-handed urging from Howard Newell there. 22-4, 46-2. It's been a day of a lot of speed. Time to Dance. Den of Thieves never went away. Time to Dance, though, is clear by 3 in late stretch to score at 4-5. Time to Dance will hold off Den of Thieves. One Star Girl was 3rd and Head Kitten was 4th. Time to Dance in the end a prevailing favorite to run the 5.5 furlongs in 106-1. Running times recap: 22-4, 46-2, and the 5.5 furlong running time 106 1/5. 1-5-3-2 posted unofficial 1-5-3-2. 3 2 1 5 3 2. The fourth race winner returning. Time to Dance. A dark bay or brown 3-year-old gelding by Silver Max from Chapel Dancer by Chapel Royal. Bred in Ontario by Adena Springs, trained by Gary Chidobiak for Alan Osborne. The winning ride to Howard Newell. First career win, 5.5 furlongs, 106 1/5. Time to Dance when posted official. The 4 to 5 favorite kicks back 370, 280, and 240 across. Den of Thieves was second at 19 to 1, returning 12.20 to place and $10 to show. One Star Girl finished third, $9.90 to show. The 1-5 Exacta, $48.30. The Trifecta, $827.60. The dollar Superfecta 1-5, 3 and 2, $667.70. The rolling daily double with Snake Eyes 1 and 1, $4.90, and the rolling pick 3, $6 and a nickel. Be sure to catch our weekly highlights and replay show. Post time from Fort Erie Racetrack on Your TV Niagara every Thursday at 8 p.m. Your TV Niagara is on the Niagara Region cable system at Channel 700. Our weekly highlights and replay show brings you all of the racing action from each Monday and Tuesday. That's Thursdays at 8 p.m. Post time from Fort Erie Racetrack, cable channel 700 in the Niagara region entirely on Your TV Niagara. Race 5 changes. One Track That Echo, 5 pounds over. 2 Spinos has a rider change to Sunny Singh and will carry 121 pounds, 1 over. 6 Storm Chart is a steward's scratch. 7 Mocal, 4 pounds over. 9 Hedeman, 2 over. Race 5 will be conducted at 5 furlongs on the main track. 19 minutes to race 5 from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 5, we have a $4,500 claiming event for non-winners of 2 lifetime. This will kick off our pick 5. We'll actually be racing now at 5 furlongs on the dirt. Looking at the horses that I think will probably have the best shot on the dirt, that's going to be the number 4, Des Bois, and then the number 5, Stone King. Looking at the 4, this one was second last time out at a similar sort of situation. You know, the race was supposed to be scheduled for the turf at 5 furlongs, was moved to the dirt, was in for a $3,000 tag, and ended up being the pace setter, but just missed in the end by 3/4 of a length. And I think if this one's able to do something similar today, could be tough. Now, I will say the number 5, Stone King, will probably apply pressure because this one broke the maiden last time out while in for a $4,500 tag at today's distance and was kind of battling it out on the front end to the wire and got the job done to win by a head. Thought it was a strong performance, especially considering this one had another dirt start that was decent, but that was the first start of the career and it was only a 3-horse race. To see him kind of step up off of 2 disappointing turf efforts was pretty impressive, and I think having early foot here should be to his benefit. Finally, the 7, Mokul. This one disappointed last time out on the turf, and I think the connections are going to be okay with this race being on the dirt because look at his 2 races here. He's faced allowance level non-winners of 2 lifetime. He was second behind Strategic Vision, who's won 2 this year, and was second most recently up at Woodbine against $25,000 claimers on the Tapeta. And then even his other start, he was 4th behind Sophia Slugger, who's won a couple races here so far this season. So I think in the case of this one, I actually like him better on the dirt than I did on the turf.
They're moving into the walking ring for race 5. Riders up, and they're on their way out to the track. Track That Echo leading the race 5 post parade. Trained by Cindy Musto for Mike Stokopoulos and hired to ride Max Bedell. Spinos number 2. Owned and trained by Cindy Musto, and picking up the mount is Sunny Singh. Sunny Singh, the rider change on 2 Spinos. Capture the Music number 3, trained by Bill Tyrannos. For Vicky Banks and Alan Albert, Kirk Johnson in the saddle. Melanie Pinto, riding partner of Ford Desbois, trained by Joe Humber for Joy Elkins. Stone King is number 5, Chris Husbands up, conditioned by Armand Concessi for Charles and Joseph Loyacano. 6 was a Stewart scratch. Next on the parade is number 8, Keep Going with Emil Ramsemi aboard, trained by Elliott Sullivan for Bruno Schickadance. Hedeman is number 9, owned by Ben Wallace Standardbreds and trainer Renee Cairns, and hired to ride is Helen Vanek. Seven Mocal to complete the field, conditioned by Sharon Chicato for Even Steven Stables, and the rider is Brian Shane. They're on the track for race 5, going to be contested at 5 furlongs on the main track. 5 on the main for race 5 starts this program's 20-cent pick 5. The 20-cent pick 5 starts right here on race 5 from Fort Erie. Starting gate is taken position at the 5 furlong point for race 5. Riders under instruction to bring their horses to the gate for race 5. Time running out for the 20-cent pick 5 and all race 5 wagers. Stepping up to the gate now. Long shot, track that echo. First in. Spinos going to go off north of 20-1. 7-5 favoritism for Capture the Music. Desbois offered at 4-1. The green silks for Stone King. Keep going in double digits. So is Hedeman. So just one to go. And that's a 3-1 price on Mocal. Mocal is in. Stand by for a start. Race 5 at the post. They're off. Pretty good beginning for all. A step slowly away may have been Mocal and Keep Going. And it's a wild scrap for the early lead. Stone King is out there. Widest of all. In the mix is Capture the Music with Spinos and Desbois right there along the inside. Mocal has made a good recovery and then Keep Going. And back of the group is Long Shot. Track that echo. They scrap long and hard with Desbois reaching up for the lead. Desbois trying to establish a clear lead on the turn as they move around a head stretch. Mocal is still coming and is on the outside. Dubois and Mocal come to head stretch as they turn for the payoff. It's Mocal on the outside chasing Desbois. Well back in third is Capture the Music, and the speed was 22-4 early on as Mocal comes to the lead, putting away Desbois early in the stretch. Capture the Music is third, and then Keep Going and Stone King. In between horses, Spinos down to the finish. Mocal in a romp. Capture the Music second. Desbois was third. Keep Going was fourth. Spinos was fifth. And then Stone King. Track that echo. Hedeman last to finish. 59 seconds flat for Mocal in a romp. Seven, 3, 4, 8 is posted unofficial. Running times recap. 22-4. Half a mile in 46-3. And the 5 furlong time, 59 seconds. Mocal when posted official. Mocal returning for the victory photograph from race 5 in Fort Erie. The dark bay or brown 3-year-old gelding by Giant Gizmo. From Celine by Compadre. Bred in Ontario by Josham Farms. Trained by Sharon Chicato for Even Stevens Stables. And the winning ride to Brian Shane. First in 4 tries this year, the second career win. Mocal earned it in 59 seconds flat when made official. Mocal was last to load into the gate and first to run to the wire, and kicks back $9.80, $4, and $3. Capture the Music $270 and $210. Desbois $290. The Exact at $27.50. The Trifecta $75.40. The Dollar Superfecta $121.65. Rolling Double $36.70. The Pick 3 ended on race 5. $16.40. The early $1 Pick 4, $54.80. Be sure to check out FortErieRacing.com for the live stream and the replays, the racing schedule, Ashley Mayhew's free daily tip sheet under the betting tab, statistics and much more, and now all live in HD. Watch live in HD. We are FortErieRacing.com. Here are the 6th race changes. 6, Diamonds in Her Eyes, 3 pounds over. 7, Awesome Flight, Steward Scratch. 18 minutes to race 6 from Fort Erie to start the late 20-cent Pick 4. Here's a first-time announcement of a ninth race rider change. In the Fort Erie ninth race, 6 Wiley O'Reilly, make the jockey Kirk Johnson. That's the ninth race, 6 Wiley O'Reilly, rider change to Kirk Johnson. Field of the sixth race has moved into the walking ring. Riders going up. They're on their way to the track for race 6. Here they are on the 6th race post-parade. John Sims training for Stephen Fossman, and Kirk Johnson is hired for saddle duty on one party dress. Ever So D Wild is number 2, now trained by Carlton Johnston for Bruno Schickadans, and in the irons, Juan Crawford. 3 is Molly Terra, trained by Joe Humber for Terra Farm. The rider is Howard Newell. Milram Sammy rides for Flat Out on a Mission for Sandra Dominguez, Helen, and Barry Irving. Soup du Jour is number 5, partnered by Jason Hoyt, trained by Preston Ferris, sharing ownership with Ballycroy Stable. Rich Davis trains for Natural Aid and J&B Wright Racing. Sunny Singh aboard, 6 Diamonds in Her Eyes. Number 7 is Stuart Scratch. The 8 is Wise Chance, racing for Louis Cappy with Melanie Pinto. They're all out on the track for race 6. Race 6 starts the late 20-cent pick 4. And there's a pick 3. With Superfecta rolling double, Trifecta Exacta win place and show. Race 6 next from Fort Erie. Riders now instructed to take their horses to the gate for race 6. They've reached the gate. Time running out for the late 20-cent pick 4 wagers. 92 the price for Party Dress stepping in. Even money favored, Ever So De Wild. Six to 1 in the wagering market, flat out on a mission. Same price on Soup du Jour stepping up. 5-1 respect for Diamonds in Her Eyes. Wise Chance, long shot. And just waiting for longest on the board, Molly Terra. Molly Terra is in. Locked and loaded. Race 6 at the post. They're off. Starter caught him in a great line there, and in between horses, Ever So D-Wild surging, Diamonds in Her Eyes, a part of the early speed action, and Party Dress will guard the rail. Through into the front four is Flat Out on a Mission, then Molly Terra. Moving second to last, Soup du Jour, and out there, widest of all, to the rear of the field, runs a Wise Chance. So they round the turn with a bit of a top-end speed battle here. Ever So D-Wild and Party Dress hooking up, and Diamonds in Her Eyes is right there from third as they move around to the top of the stretch. Flat Out on a Mission attending well in the front four. Soup du Jour comes out widest of all, ahead of Molly Terra. Wise Chance far back, and they make the turn for the money. Taking a clear lead, Ever So D-Wild, 22-3. The front quarter speed, 46-2 the half. Ever So D-Wild is under light handing, and that's winning handling from Juan Crawford. Ever So D-Wild, the deserving 3-5 chalk. Party Dress, then Molly Terra. Soup du Jour was fourth, and Flat Out on a Mission was fifth. As Ever So D-Wild was a romping winner, 59 seconds. Two 135 posted unofficial. 2135 through running times of 22-3, 46-2, and 5 furlongs in 59 seconds. Ever So D-Wild when made official. Ever So D-Wild back for the sixth race winner's photograph. The Dark Bear Brown 5-year-old mare by D Wildcat from Ever So Lively by Little Bit Lively. Bred by the owner Bruno Chickadance, now trained by Carlton Johnson. The winning ride to meet leading jockey Juan Crawford. And Ever So D-Wild picks up her first win in 2020, second career victory to run the 5 furlongs in 59 seconds. Ever So De Wild 320, 230, and 210 across. Party Dress 310 and 250. 3 Molly Terra finished third at 22 to 1, 470 to show. The exacta was 710. The trifecta at 29.20. The dollar superfecta at 213 and 5, $50 even. Rolling daily double 24.30. The pick 3 ended on race 6, $24.25. Fort Erie's live racing action coming to you through to the end of the meet, October 13th, every Monday and Tuesday, 1:10 p.m. first post, with pre-race coverage on the air each race day at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. That's live action from Fort Erie every Monday and Tuesday, 1:10 p.m. Pre-race coverage at 12:35 p.m. And still to go on this program, we have the Molson Cup, the Bob Summers Memorial, and a jackpot high 5 with a $130,000 plus carryover pool. So 3 big events to come here to conclude the Tuesday race program. In the 7th, 2 Romantic Gizmo will race 4 pounds over. For Classy Vision, Sunny Sing to ride. Classy Vision 3 pounds over. Number 8, Written Event Scratch. 9, Fleck, 4 pounds over. It's the 2020 Molson Cup. Next from Fort Erie Racetrack. Be advised it'll be contested a mile and 16th on the main track. Mile and 16th on the main track for the Molson Cup. Starts the program's last, pick 3. There's Superfecta Rolling Double, Trifecta Exacta Win Place and Show on the 7th. The Molson Cup coming up next from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 7 is the Molson Cup for fillies and mares, originally scheduled for a mile and a 16th on the turf. Now will be at a mile and a 16th on the dirt. And initially, when this race was scheduled for the turf, I thought they'd have a really tough time getting to the number 3 Auntie Catherine. But now that this race has moved to the main track, obviously going to go in a different direction. And I thought both of John Sims' runners, the 2 Romantic Gizmo and the 7 Lil's Turn, they looked tough in here. I did go to the 7 Lil's Turn, who I think has just been so impressive here on the dirt so far this season. You see that first start, that was the first start since April. Here was against 7,000 non-winners. The 3 Lifetime was able to rally from off the pace at the 6.5 furlong distance and draw clear by 2 1/4. I thought it was a great ride for Melanie Pinto. Then the next time out, they shipped this one up to Woodbine on the turf, entered her for a $9,500 tag, and she tried to rally from the back of the pack to get the job done, was just second best, beaten by 2 1/4, and I like that race, seeing the distance. This horse can go further than she's gone on the dirt so far at Fort Erie. Last time out, she took a step up in class, a significant step up in class at the 6 furlong distance over a sloppy track, and she just missed in there. She was second behind Express Banking, beaten by just a neck. So for me, I think at this distance on the dirt, she should get a perfect trip. Now, her stablemate, the 2 Romantic Gizmo, was second last time out in a tough race as well behind Pachamama, who's just been sensational here so far this season at Fort Erie. Prior to that, had a win at the 6 furlong distance. Now with this one, you're going to have to think a mile and a 16th. How's that look? Well, look at that race 4 back at the end of May at Gulfstream Park. This one was in for a 62.50 tag against non-winners of 2 Live and just missed by 3/4 of a length. So kind of similar to her stablemate, but I actually think that this 3-year-old filly likes to be a little bit closer to the pace, and depending what happens up front early on, that could be advantageous. But for me, I thought that performance last time out was really impressive. Yes, she was defeated by almost 5 lengths, but she's a 3-year-old filly. She faced a very tough seasoned mare, so kind of weigh that in there as well. So she could also, I think, have a big shot of winning this. Finally, the 5 Princess Mora was entered for a turf race last time out. They moved it to a main track at a mile and 70, and she just dusted them in there. She won by 8 1/4 lengths in the end. I thought it was a huge performance against allowance level non-winners of 2 Lifetime. They've been racing her at that level or similar levels for a while now. And for me, I like her on the dirt 2 turns because that has been her best performances over the main track. And then combine that with her most recent effort, just coming in here off such a nice performance, definitely worth a shot in the exotics.
In the 7th race, kindly note that 1 Gypsy Jazz and 5 Princess Morrow race with inserts. First time announcement 1 and 5 in the 7th, Gypsy Jazz and Princess Morrow racing with inserts. They're on their way to the walking ring for the 7th race. Riders go up for the 7th race. Introducing fillies and mares for the 2020 Molson Cup at Fort Erie Racetrack, led by Gypsy Jazz 1, owned and trained by Ron Davies, and the jockey is Howard Newell. Romantic Gizmo, number 2, conditioned by John Sims for Stephen Fossman and in the irons, Kirk Johnson. Auntie Catherine, number 3, has Juan Crawford up, trained by Jennifer Davis for Big Boy Stable. Rider change on 4 Classy Vision to Sunny Singh. Trained by Daryl Ezra for Crazy 8 Stables, Sunny Singh riding 4 Classy Vision. 5 is Princess Morrow. Mil Ramsamy gets the call from trainer Tony Tyler and owner Gail Sinclair. Pierre Melhot, riding partner of 6 Capoeira, trained by Paula Loescher for Robert Simonik. Lil's Turn races for Sharon and John Sims, number 7, Melanie Pinto, the rider. Number 8, Yvette Scratch. And Julie Mathis is campaigning 9, Fleck. Hired to ride, Helen Vanek. The 7th race, 2020 Molson Cup for the purse of $30,000, moved to the main track at 1 mile and 16th. Starts the program's last rolling pick 3. There's Superfecta, Daily Double, Trifecta Exacta, Win, Place, and Show opportunities on the 7th, the Molson Cup from Fort Erie Racetrack. Starting gate takes position at the 1 mile and 16th point for race 7. They're approaching the gate. Last call now for 7th race wagers. Reaching the starting point. Gypsy Jazz, priced at 12 to 1, is first in. Romantic Gizmo is a big number at 9 to 1. Auntie Catherine may be sent off the favorite. Classy Vision and Sunny Singh step up. Princess Morrow walked in well. Lil's Turn getting 3-1 respect. Rider is off number 6. Fleck is going to be a long shot and stepped in. And here's Capoeira to be rejoined by Pierre Melhot to complete the line. Stand by for a start. They're at the post. Rearing up Romantic Gizmo. Kirk Johnson goes back on. Stand by. They're off in the 2020 Molson Cup at Fort Erie Racetrack. And a good even-looking beginning. There goes Auntie Catherine with Gypsy Jazz. A lot of early speed there, and Romantic Gizmo tucks right in behind them from third, and Capoeira came away in fourth. Lil's Turn to the outside of Fleck in the next flight. Princess Morrow second to last, and Classy Vision is the early trailer as they round the first turn. It's still Auntie Catherine having a long speed duel with Gypsy Jazz. Tracking along in third, that's Romantic Gizmo. Capoeira is on the outside fourth. And a very brisk opening quarter of 23-2. Auntie Catherine was forced to go a ton of early speed by Gypsy Jazz. Romantic Gizmo holding down third. Capoeira, Lil's Turn is on the move and up there in between horses, really improving her position. Classy Vision is up a couple of positions ahead of Princess Morrow and Fleck. They go to the turn with Auntie Catherine still making a pretty testy pace there, and Capoeira makes it back up into second. Lil's Turn asked for a little bit more from third. Romantic Gizmo after the big early clip is fourth. Classy Vision improving to fifth. They come to the top of the stretch. It's been all Auntie Catherine. Can she last after middle speed of 47-3, 112-3? Lil's Turn is on the move of Capoeira. It's still Auntie Catherine, the top end target in the 2020 Molson Cup. Auntie Catherine is going a big journey. Lil's Turn is up into second, but it's a huge and heroic effort to win the Molson Coors Cup of 2020 at Fort Erie by Auntie Catherine. Lil's Turn is second, Capoeira third, Classy Vision was fourth, Romantic Gizmo was fifth, Fleck was sixth. None were going to reach Auntie Catherine in an impressive front-end mission this day to run the mile and 16th in 1:45-2. The running times recap: 23-2, 47-3 half, 3/4, 6 furlongs in 112-3. The mile rating 138-2, and the mile in 16th 145-2. Auntie Catherine posted on top. 3764 unofficial. Now returning to the infield stakes champions special winner circle is Auntie Catherine. The 5-year-old chestnut mare by Haynesfield. From Include Catherine by Include. Bred in Ontario by Terra Farms. Trained by Jennifer Davis for Big Boy Racing. And the winning ride to Juan Crawford. Making the presentation from the Molson Coors Corporation. Special thanks to Dave Zazella and Frank Gerhini. From Molson Coors, presenting the Molson Cup of 2020 to the connections of Auntie Catherine. Surviving a punishing opening quarter and half to go on and run away to the victory. 440, 290, and 220 for Auntie Catherine. Lul's Turn 370 and 260. Capoeira 270. The exacta $17. The trifecta $50. The dollar superfecta 3, 7, 6, and 4 $260.25. Rolling daily double $8.30. The pick 3 ended on the 7th race $30.90. Now the 8th race changes. 2 Leon Azul, 5 pounds over. 5 Kitten Solution, 1 pound over. Express Banking, 3 pounds over. And 7 Strategic Vision, 2 over. The 8th race is the 2020 Bob Summers Memorial Cup at Fort Erie Racetrack, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. There will be Superfecta, the final rolling double of the program, with Trifecta, Exacta, Win Place and Show, and 15 minutes to post.
Race 8 is the Bob Summers Memorial Cup. This is run at 6.5 furlongs over the main track. This is a huge race here at Fort Erie. It's usually a deciding factor for Horse of the Year, and honestly, this year has been crazy. There's been a lot of horses with big win streaks, both the Colts and Geldings and the fillies and mares, and I'm not really sure how it's going to pan out. And I do still think that this race is going to have a big outcome in that decision. Looking at the field, though, kind of torn between two horses, the 4 Sent from Heaven and the 7 Strategic Vision, because they've both done pretty much nothing wrong so far this year. I did go to the 4 Sent from Heaven because I think this one has some versatility. We see last time out faced a tough group here, won by 4 1/4, and got the lead quite soon after the break. I think if you look at the efforts 2 back and 3 back, this one was even more forwardly placed, but still crushing the competition. And it seems like these jumps up in class really haven't affected him. He's been sensational so far. So for me, I think going to 6.5, the distance should be fine. And look at that most recent breeze here as a tune-up for this race. That was on August 10th, 3 furlongs and 34-3, which is blistering here, especially here at Fort Erie. So to me, it looks like all systems are a go. Now the 7 Strategic Vision, he's been a fun horse to watch here so far this year. He does have those 2 wins, and he too has kind of crushed his competition by 7 1/4 and then 8 1/4, picking up that 2nd lifetime win and that 3rd lifetime win. Last time out, his connections shipped him up to Woodbine to give him a shot over the Tapeta again. He just missed by a length in there. He finished 2nd, had a strong number out of there while in for a $23,500 tag. So he's got a lot of class. With him, though, his best performances have come when he's on the lead, and I think others in here might try to pressure him early on, which is why I used him for 2nd. Finally, the 1 Drina's Bullet. This horse was 2nd last year in this event, beaten by a head to Sniper, our 2019 Horse of the Year. Kind of looking at him, his pedigree suggests turf. I think he's slightly better on the dirt. Last time out, he was 2nd to Sent from Heaven. Really couldn't catch up and get on his level late, but still a good performance. Prior to that, they wanted to race him on the turf up at Woodbine because he has had success doing that, but it just didn't turn out for him. It was moved to the Tapeta. He didn't really fire in there. And then you look at that start 3 back. It was a muddy track, 6 furlongs, and he was able to draw clear by 2 1/4 in the end. He's got a great record here at Fort Erie. I wouldn't be surprised to see him win, but I know he's typically kind of just getting that minor share, or at least that's what I've seen recently from him. Last year he was 2nd in this event, so I'll use him underneath, but he's got a big shot, and with all the connections in here, I wish them all the best. It should be a great race. Good luck.
First time announcement for the 8th race, number 3, Bronze Age, races with inserts. In the 8th race, 3 Bronze Age, races with inserts. They're moving into the walking ring for the 8th. Riders up for the 8th. Next on the parade is Bronze Age number 3. Races for trainer and owner Sam Melli with Omar Moreno in to ride. 3 Bronze Age races with inserts. 6 is Express Banking. Same connections that just won the Molson Cup with Auntie Catherine, Jennifer Davis, Juan Crawford, and Big Boy Racing with 6 Express Banking. And number 7 is Strategic Vision, conditioned by Julie Mathis for the ownership of Pier 1 Stables. And the rider is Helen Vanek. They'll run 6.5 furlongs on the main track. It's the 2020 Bob Summers Memorial Cup. The field completed by 2 Leon Azul with Emil Ramsamy aboard for Jennifer Davis and Big Boy Stable. This race will start the final rolling double of the program. Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, win place and show opportunities on the 8th. The riders are now requested to take their horses back to the 6.5 furlong starting point for the 8th. They've reached the gate. Drenna's Bullet down to 5-1 last. Click is first in. Leon Azul will be a long shot. Next around, Kitten Solution. Express Banking. Strategic Vision. And Favored Sent from Heaven is last to walk around. Stand by for a start. They are at the post for the 8th. They're off in the 2020 Bob Summers Memorial Cup. And breaking strong from the outside is Strategic Vision, flashing early speed. Here comes Sent from Heaven. Sent from Heaven, flanked by Kitten Solution. And on the extreme outside, Strategic Vision for the run along the backstretch. Leon Azul has come away to the flank of Bronze Age on the backstretch, then Express Banking. And 2 more lengths back to in reserve, Drenna's Bullet. So up the backstretch they go, and it is the expected speed tussle with Sent from Heaven and Melanie Pinto. Strategic Vision and Helen Vanek having at it on the way into the turn. They are tracked intently by Bronze Age right there along the inside, and tracking them on the outside is Kitten Solution. The opening quarter speed was 22-4. Round to the top of the stretch, nothing settled in the Bob Summers Memorial, and they come inside the quarter pole. It's Strategic Vision still looming bold on the outside of Sent from Heaven. Strategic Vision, Sent from Heaven, Leon Azul, and Drenna's Bullet has started from a long way back and has made it up into the front trio and may not be through. Strategic Vision, the late stretch leader. Sent from Heaven still battles onward, but it is Helen Vanek and Strategic Vision to win over a hard closing Drenna's Bullet. Sent from Heaven was third and Kitten Solution was fourth, and Strategic Vision goes a huge trip to win. In the Bob Summers Memorial, that's 6.5 thrilling furlongs, 117 1/5. 7, 1, 4, and 5 is posted from the 8th. The race times recap: 22 and 4, half a mile in 45 and 4, 6 furlongs 110 and 1, and the 6.5 furlong race time 117 1/5. Strategic Vision. Strategic Vision is returning to the infield stakes champion winner's circle at Fort Erie Racetrack. To receive the Bob Summers Memorial Cup presentation from Mr. Tom Valaket, the Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operating Officer of the Fort Erie Live Racing Corporate Consortium. Race honoring the memory of press box legend Bob Summers, known to all of us well at Fort Erie, Woodbine, and a press box legend, the late racing reporter for the Buffalo Evening News, who was also here on his days off. He loved racing that much, and he would have loved the excitement of this race, named after him. Strategic Vision, your 2020 champion of the Bob Summers Memorial Cup. $660 on the win ticket. Strategic Vision, $340 and $210. Drainage Bullet, $470 and $230. Sent from Heaven, $210. The Exact to $34. The Trifecta, $64.70. The Dollar Superfecta, $7,145, $133.40. Rolling Daily Double, $21.70. And the Pick 3 ended on the 8th, $26.90. Ninth and final race yet to go on this Fort Erie program. And the carryover into the ninth race, Jackpot High 5, $130,100. North of $130,000 in the Jackpot High 5 carryover pool into the ninth. Ninth race changes. Stewards scratches of 3, Deputy of Egbert, and 9, Shangasa. Scratching 3 and 9 from the ninth race. 5, Rogue Affair will race 1 pound over. 6, Wiley O'Reilly picks up a rider change to Kirk Johnson. The 8 Precious badge, 2 pounds over. The Jackpot High Five carryover, more than $130,000. There is also Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta win, place, and show wagering opportunities on the 9th from Fort Erie in 16 minutes.
Race 9 wraps up the program. It's an allowance event for non-winners of 2 lifetime. Originally scheduled for 7 furlongs on the turf, now at 6.5 furlongs over the main track. I was torn between the 7 Thor's Thunder and the 8 Precious Badge. I did go to the 7 Thor's Thunder, just seeing the maiden win last time out on the dirt at 6 furlongs. I thought this one had an edge over others in here because this one does have a dirt win, and a lot of others in the field don't have that. Prior to that, this one was third on the turf, so it seems like Julie's done a great training job with this gelding, and I think the dirt is probably the better spot for this one. Now, you do see Helen Vanek climbed aboard a different horse in here, but I still think Melanie Pinto picks up a really strong runner. Now, Helen goes to the 8 Precious Badge, trained by Nick Mullaney Jr., who's been winning at 29% this meet. And in the 2019-2020 years here at Fort Erie, these two have teamed up to win at over 40%, which is a huge number to look at. Last time out, this one was second, beaten by a length and a quarter against allowance level non-winners of 2 lifetime. But on the turf, had the lead late, but just failed to hold in there. Uno Champ was able to get by and get the job done. Now, looking at the breezes on the dirt for this one, most recent breeze on August 9th was a huge one, 47-3, the fastest at the distance. So I think this one should be fine over the dirt today. And finally, looking for another horse in here, thought the 4 Charlie's Game might offer some value depending how much play he took in here with the scratches. But then I thought the 5 Rogue Affair, maybe they'll keep this Son of Lemon Drop kid in this spot. Broke the maiden here decisively on the turf at first, asking by 7 1/4, and has been breezing both here at Fort Erie and then most recently over the training track up at Woodbine on August 14th, 50-3. Not fast, not eye-catching, but you know, if this one stays in this spot, I definitely would consider him in the exotics. Good luck.
Field of the ninth race, making their way into the walking ring. 5 minutes to post. Riders going up, they're on their way out. For the ninth race, the Jackpot High Five. Detroit Steel leading out the ninth race post parade, trained by Jennifer Schaefer for Phil Boudou, and in to ride is Ishmael Mascara. Howard Newell partners to First Crusader for Tom Lowe and the ownership of David Trow. Charlie's Game, number 4, has Pierre Mail Hot Top, trained by Chris Jolene for Leanne Willette. Rogue Affair is number 5, conditioned by Lane Gillaforte for Chiefswood Stable. Chris Husbands, hired back to ride. 6 is Wiley O'Reilly. Rider change to Kirk Johnson, trained by Sharon Chicato for Even Stevens Stables. Kirk Johnson rides 6, Wiley O'Reilly. Melanie Pinto partners Thor's Thunder, number 7, trained by Julie Mathis for Joey G Stable. Chris L.E. Booth is the owner of Pressis Badge number 8, trained by Nick Mullaney Jr. with Helen Vanek aboard. Number 9 was scratched, and 10 is Dr. Uptown. 1 Crawford in the saddle, trained by Paula Loescher for owner Robert Simonek. They're on the track for the 9th and final at Fort Erie. The carryover pool, well over $130,000 for the jackpot high 5. There's also superfecta, trifecta exacta, win place and show wagers on the 9th. The 9th race to be contested at 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Riders requested to take their horses back to the 6.5 furlong starting point for the 9th race. Time running out for the jackpot high 5 and 9th race wagers. Detroit Steel first to walk around. Long shot First Crusader. Charlie's Game at a baker's dozen to 1. Slight favorite Rogue Affair. Long shot Wiley O'Reilly. Thor's Thunder offered at 6-1. 5-2 respect on Precious Badge. Dr. Uptown to complete the line. Stand by for a start. 9th race at the post. They're off. Detroit Steel right down along the inside. Precious Badge from the outside. And along the inside, First Crusader has come on through, along with Wiley O'Reilly and Thor's Thunder. Still getting sorted out here up the backstretch. And in between horses, Rogue Affair is an early speed presence. Thor's Thunder just a little bit better. First Crusader, then Precious Badge fourth on the outside ahead of Charlie's Game, Dr. Uptown. And Detroit Steel tried an early rush but is now last on the way to the turn. So they continue along the backstretch, reaching up on the outside. There goes Thor's Thunder to the lead, crossing over in front of First Crusader. Rogue Affair still attending from third on the outside, and then Charlie's Game. Wiley O'Reilly is running out wide. 3 more lengths to Dr. Uptown, and Detroit Steel is last to arrive at the head of the stretch. It's Thor's Thunder and Melanie Pinto by almost 3 lengths at head stretch. Rogue Affair may not yet be through. The speed was 23 and 45 and 4. Stepped up second quarter of 22 and 4. Thor's Thunder still trying to do it. Precious Badge is still coming. And Precious Badge has inhaled Thor's Thunder and run right on by. Rogue Affair may have a last rush coming, but it is Precious Badge and Helen Vanek to win. Up for second was Rogue Affair. Finishing third was Thor's Thunder. And then back to Wiley O'Reilly and Charlie's Game. 117 and 4. Helen Vanek and Precious Badge strike again in the 9th. The unofficial jackpot high 5,85764. That's 85764, the unofficial jackpot high 5. Running times review 23, 45 and 4. 6 furlongs in 111 and 2. 6.5 furlongs. Running time 117 and 4. Precious Badge, the unofficial winner. Helen Vanek with a big riding double to conclude the program. Back in the Bob Summers Memorial in the 8th with Strategic Vision. And a round trip to the winner's circle earned by Precious Badge for Helen Vanek in the 9th race. Wins in the second start for trainer Nick Mullaney Jr. and the ownership of Christopher Ali Booth. First win in 5 starts this year and the second career win. The 6.5 furlongs, 117-4 from Precious Badge, when posted official. In the jackpot high five, the combination of 85764 returns $1,228.45. The carryover builds again to next Monday, final race next Monday, has a jackpot high five carryover of $135,791. That's a jackpot high five carryover of almost $136,000 to the final race next Monday. Precious Badge, $7.30 on the win ticket, $4 and $2.70. Rogue Affair, $3.90 and $3.50. Thor's Thunder, $4.50. The Exacta, $30.10. The Trifecta, $130.60. The Dollar Superfecta, $480.35. The final rolling double, $33.20. The last pick 3, $49.55. The late pick 4, $101.55. And this program's $1 pick 5, $639.35. Again, the jackpot high five carryover to the last race next Monday, $135,791. Racing resuming next Monday, August 24th. First post 1:10 p.m. and into the final race next Monday, August 24th. The jackpot high five carryover just under $136,000. Our live racing schedule through to the end of the meet in mid-October, every Monday and Tuesday first post at 1:10 p.m. with pre-race coverage on the air every race day at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. Become a member today and get $100 when you have bet $100 at hpibet.com. Your free membership includes the ability to wager online or on site. You can watch almost 500 tracks from around the world and watch up to 4 live streams at the same time on your computer. You can receive the HPI Bet Rewards Program free enrollment. Check it out and join for free today at hpibet.com. Our weekly highlights and replay show airs again this Thursday evening on Your TV Niagara, local cable channel 700 in the entire Niagara region. Every Thursday at 8 p.m., cable channel 700 is the place to be in the Niagara region for post time from Fort Erie Racetrack on Your TV Niagara. The live stream, race replays, Ashley Mayhew's tip sheet, the racing schedule, statistics, and much more, now all live in HD. Live in HD, check it out. We are FortErieRacing.com. Now, on behalf of our horse people, the television broadcast production team, staff, and management, thanks for being with us for Live Racing 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. We'll be back with you next Monday, August 24th, with the first post time of 1:10 p.m. and pre-race coverage at 12:35 p.m. Eastern, and a jackpot high-five carryover of more than $135,000 into the last race next Monday. Have a great week. Hope to see you again next Monday. Good afternoon from Fort Erie Racetrack.